Hello? No, don't copy that. Well, is my... Oh, okay, good. It is picking up. I was gonna say, I was like, is it picking up on me? If it wasn't, I was going to be so sad. No, don't copy that! I thought I fixed this! Hang on. Give me a second. I'm having some issues. Again. Hang on. Where's my plug? I thought we've been over this, old man. Everything is falling to pieces around me. I have to touch my phone screen every 2 seconds just so that it doesn't freeze. Hang on. let me let me see how bad the delay is on this. Hopefully it's not that bad. Give me a second. I would much appreciate it. Also, Robert's here. Yay! How bad is the delay? Silence notifications. Yes, I added Robert. What pen do I use? Um, the regular pen fade one. Well, you see, the thing is, I when I talk and then when you hear it, uh, it's actually like 15 seconds late. So whatever I'm saying now, I answered like 15 seconds ago. I don't use a pen. I just use my finger. I draw with my finger. To watch ads to use pens for 4 hours and 4 hours only. Flesh pen? That's disgusting. I'm still trying to figure out why I can't see the chat. Well, I can see the chat, obviously. Um, but I'm I'm doing it off of my old Chromebook because I'm not sure what happened. But I still have to figure that out. See, see the chat, obviously. But make sure my phone screen doesn't freeze for the 50th time. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Phone screen doesn't freeze for the 50th time. Never gonna run around and all of a sudden I don't remember the lyrics. Bing, bing, bing. I just give it a minute I just give my stream a minute to happen and then I start sketching. The delay is still pretty bad. Eh, but you know what? I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I won't give up just yet. Also because time zones are crazy and like it says nightly stream, but it's almost like 11:30 at night, so it's going to be daytime like in like an hour-ish anyway. Gone! Gone! I mean, I literally just started. So, I haven't even started sketching. Eh, make myself a little bit bigger. Honestly, it doesn't look like I changed it that much, but the change is there. Trust me, it's there. Well, because I haven't started streaming. I mean, sketching, like, at all. I figured out how to see the chat, like, last minute before I left my last stream, but now I don't. How in the hell? Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to look up some tutorials on this shit. But, I'm seeing the chat from my old Chromebook, so it's fine. It's A-okay! Sometimes I get so locked into drawing that I forget to even look at the chat. Sorry, I am trying to do something. I'll start sketching in a minute. Just give me a second. I'm having some difficulties. It's still so delayed.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you.
Also, I have no idea if you guys can hear the music in the background. Probably just barely. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still trying to figure this stuff out. I'm Sherry. It is 11:30 p.m. right now for me. If y'all were wondering, time zones are crazy. Because I know for a fact when I started that some people were probably just barely waking up. So many people, almost everyone I know on the internet is like ahead of me in time. I hate that. Why are you also ahead of me? Stop doing that. Stop being ahead of me. It's not fair. What if I just look up on Google right now how the fuck to see the chat on my OBS? Because I'm using my old Chromebook to do it. Hang on. I'm gonna disconnect my phone real quick. It's still gonna show there, but it's disconnected. Hang on. God damn it. You guys, I'm struggling. Yes, I did. All the stills I draw myself. This is my persona.
Bounty presents clean messes like a champ. In the green corner, we have Bounty. In the other corner, the next leading brand. Bounty delivered a 1-2 punch and soaked up the spill quicker. That's because it's 2 times more absorbent than the next leading brand. Bounty.
Silence. This is just gonna be 30 minutes of me trying to figure out how the fuck I was able to open my chat last time for 5 seconds. This is what you guys have to deal with now. Not even close to sketching. Because right before I ended my last one, I somehow opened it magically, and I don't remember how. Actually, it would be super funny if I just, hang on. Actually, it would be super funny if I just, hang on. What if I... Ah, I did it, 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 I did it. Guys, I did it. Are you proud of me? I can see it now. I can see it now, I did it. Guys, I'm so proud of myself. Yay! I did it! Now I don't have to rely on my old Chromebooks to see it. I wonder if I can... I wonder... Hang on. I wonder if I can do something. Let me try something. As if I haven't been doing that for the past 30 minutes. Yippee! Am I quiet? Am I quiet? How quiet am I? Am I quiet? Oh, what in the hell? No, I don't want. I don't get this off my screen. Go away. I don't know what that was. Sorry. 0.00001 decibels. I don't know what the fuck that was. Sorry.
Who carry us. The queen who unites different friend groups. The bold leader when the night is young. Kate Spade. Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Nani? Fine. It's fine. Jesus Christ. Something just happened. Fine, don't worry about it.
When it's not always raining, there'll be days like this. When there's no one complaining, there'll be days like this. My mama told me there'd be days like this.
What would you do if you were not afraid of falling? Genesis.
How about you shut the fuck up? Wow, you guys are in the corner now. I'm not fancy, I don't know how to do it transparently, but you guys are there now. How's it feel? You guys are part of the stream now! Wow! So, I don't know if you can notice the chat, the delay in the chat, when you guys type compared to when it shows up. But delay is just inevitable, it's fine. The sketching starts whenever now that I've, yeah, I know, I said that. I've been talking about the delay since the first stream. That's what I've been telling you guys. Trust me, I know about the delay very well. I'm the one streaming. So, yeah. I will speak, but it will be delayed. But you guys know this, so you'll know I'll respond at some point. It's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Let me just pat you on the head. Okay. I'm going to reconnect my phone so that I can actually start sketching stuff. Well, the thing is, I can see the chat as you guys are typing it. It's just that the chat that's in the corner of my screen is slow, but the one that I'm reading off of isn't. So when I responded when you typed, but it's gonna come off like 15 seconds later. So, the wonders of streaming. Just give me a second. I'm gonna reconnect my phone so that I could start a sketching. Literally, the stream has literally been going on for like about an hour now. So you watch me about 50 seconds in the past. Yeah. Like, I respond to you guys in time, but you don't get the message until like a few seconds later. What's up?
I'm not disturbing anything, am I?
I spent like an hour trying to figure out how to see the chat, and I did it. And I also put him in the corner of my screen.
Oh, that's good.
I'm just listening to myself through my old
Are you live right now?
Yeah.
Hi, people.
Because there's a delay. So we're responding now, but they're not gonna hear it until like 30 seconds later.
Okay, where's the mask? I can't see. Ooh.
Yeah, you fucking blind.
Hello. Okay.
I gotta clean my room.
That didn't happen. You didn't do that.
I saw everything. Guys, my brother just tripped.
What am I allowed to touch and what am I not allowed to touch?
I don't really care as long as you bring it back. There's also in the
In this?
in the bin. Yeah, because it's washed. I just can't hang it. And there's clothes over here, but they're not really the white ones.
I'm gonna look at this shirt. I feel like a pretty princess doing it. You know,
All my sketchbooks are in the way.
one leg up in the air. Ooh. Or maybe. I feel like I'm like shopping. I'm just scoping out my choices.
I used to have these white gloves, but I don't know where they went. You could probably get them at like literally anywhere. One of them responded to you as Coffin's family member.
Yes, hello. I am Sidney Coffin's family member.
Member of family. The member of family.
I don't think I'm gonna find anything else. Well,
Someone said you sound more like a girl than me. I'm like, yeah, I get that.
me?
Yeah, you.
I sound more like a girl?
Maybe it's because the way I speak is like down here, kind of. So
Oh.
people keep telling me that like I still don't understand what husky means.
Husky?
Like as voice kind.
When
Like
I think of husky voice, I think of like
They can't see anything, so you can just do
Like
it.
low, gruff voice, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I think of.
But
I
like
don't
not like corpse husband low, just like
just.
when I think of husky, maybe like think of Arthur Morgan or something.
It's about the same.
Yeah. I'd say he has a husky voice.
I I don't think I have a I never saw myself as having a deep voice for a girl, but I guess a lot of people seem to disagree with that.
I think I have a deep voice for a girl. I think I have a pretty gender neutral voice.
How tight is that?
Not that tight.
Okay.
I can breathe.
Good. Cause I don't know if it was I think it was the rose mask that squished the nose.
I'm surprised it still fits pretty well.
Cause I measured your head for it.
Yeah.
Dummy.
Alright. Bye, stream people.
Okay, just make sure to bring it back.
I will bring it back.
Cause it'll probably have to be washed before Halloween again anyway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You'll be back. Don't do the.
They can't see it, but I'm waving.
Be gone. More of a bassy voice, I guess. I mean, I was an alto for all the singing stuff. Like, I sang all the low parts. I can sing a little low, but not like super duper low. They say bye. Yeah, he's trying on stuff because I made him a mask last year for Halloween, but he didn't use it. So he's gonna use it this year. And we're about the same size, so he's looking through my clothes to see if he can use anything. That was my brother. Or my sibling. They really don't care what they go by. I don't know if you meant to type boy god or if you meant like boy girl. Either way, that's kind of funny. Coffin bro. I'm stupid, I don't know the reference. You guys know this, I don't consume a lot of media. Sorry, I've been talking your guys' ear off and I haven't even started sketching yet. I apologize. I know that's what you guys kind of came here for. I'm sorry. No, you know what? I don't apologize. This is my stream. A lot of people talk before they do anything. You shut your face. This is my stream. You will obey by my rules. Well, I did say I'd talk in the next stream. Um, it's but I do want to sketch stuff. It's just that when I talk, I tend to forget. That's why sometimes I find it difficult to talk and draw at the same time if I'm not doing anything else. I know what I said. I remember. I remember. Also, do you guys like Robert's little hat? It's actually a Santa hat. I just changed the color and I put stars on it. Robert's not gonna be on my lap all the time. But when I'm feeling cute, I'm gonna just plop him there and he's just going to exist. Precious, precious Robert. Robert has become a staple of this household, and it will stay that way. You guys got any ideas of what I can do? I want to dress him up for Halloween. I don't know how. I'll probably just put like a piece of cloth over him or something, but you know. Draw him humanized. I probably could. He'd be an ugly shit, but he's a he's a beautiful ugly shit. I'm gonna use the bathroom before we start doing anything, just so I don't have to leave in the middle of the stream. I'll be right back. Returned. Turn him into a Labubu. Dress him up as a bear because he's a water bear. Wait, that's so funny. I could just buy like a bear headband. That's so funny. I would gladly have a Labubu. I like ugly things. You guys know that. Plus, I'm not a collector like that. When I collect things, I want to try and get one of each thing. Doubles happen, but like I'm not obsessed with stuff. So long, for those who don't know, Deep. Yeah, I know that. I know what you meant. I also sidetracked and said I would love a Labubu myself because I'm just that kind of person. Okie dokie. Good thing my phone is fully charged, even though it doesn't really need to be charged because it's gonna be plugged in the whole time. That's me. Oop, not that. Ha! Started again. Let me just get comfortable and we can start. Does anyone have any requests aside from Grin and aside from Robert? My husband. Aside from that. I don't know anything about Warhammer. You guys are going to a lot of my followers realize I don't consume much of any media, really. Which is surprising considering my content. Garfield. People I had some people ask me what my interpretation of Am would be, and I would just be like, I don't know. Probably just nothing. Like, probably just the same as it was in the game and story. A screen. Well, I mean, I know what Warhammer is. I just don't really know anything else about it other than surface level. Because people don't shut up about it. Rock. Let's just take a look at the first stream page.
Get the shit out of here. Come to deliverance back.
Okay. Delivery. Look at my first stream page of sketches.
What the hell is that? No, go
You mean
back.
this?
No, not even that.
You mean this?
Yeah, what the hell? What the hell is that?
I don't know. This just came out of random. Somebody asked to marry this
Why
thing.
is the bulge like overlined many times?
I wanted to make it look like it was thrusting. The thing is, nothing brought this on. I just sketched this because I could.
Okay.
And then the stream delay because I was so frustrated.
Oh, I just realized you have Robert on your thing.
Yeah, he has a Santa hat, but I changed the color and I put stars on it.
Oh.
Yeah. I also did it to cover up a mistake I did
Oh, okay.
on my thing.
Can I just throw this in your hand with you?
Yeah. Your quartet is stuck on my thing. Yeah.
That's lace. Okay, bye.
Okay. Bye. That's not the right pen. I'm just happy that the music isn't too loud. I always worry about that kind of thing. I could probably do something like whiteboard stuff, but that's more than just sketching by myself, and I'm just starting to do stuff like this, so I'm gonna wait till I'm a little more comfortable with this, because this is my first time using a laptop. Like, I've never had, like, this phone that I have is the first time I've had a phone that wasn't my mom's old phone. Like, this is my own phone. I'll draw Jax after I draw this. Just wait. Slendy Man. I used to have such a crush on him. Get your Jax toy, get a little laugh, boy. So you're not down to clown, well, I won't let that get me down. You'll see. You'll see. Or maybe you won't, because not everyone knows who this is. She's from a comic series. And a tiny web series.
Bounty presents clean messes like a champ. In the green corner, we have Bounty. In the other corner, the next leading brand. Bounty delivered a 1-2 punch and soaked up the spill quicker. That's because it's 2 times more absorbent than the next leading brand. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
It's a girl. Oh, so I'm sorry, guys. Hang on. I have to use the bathroom again. God damn it. I'm gonna have to reconnect my phone when I come back, probably, but hang on. I gotta use the bathroom again. God damn it. Alrighty. I have returned. My own interpretation. Oh my god, never mind. I don't have to reconnect my phone. I thought I was going to have to. I don't know. My personal interpretation of him would be like a like a disembodied head. Not attached to a robot's body, but like I'm not quite sure. Like a disembodied head with like a recorder tape in it or something. That's just how my brain works. To make everything as unnecessarily horrifying as possible. I'm kinda tired of the robot triangle-shaped whatever thing. I find myself more drawn to just the pillar version of Am than any other depiction. I don't know, maybe that's just because I'm like tired of robots being the depiction for that kind of thing, because it's just done all the time. Not that I'm any different, but you know. some respect on Metaton's name.
To the ones who carry us. Kate Spade.
It's my mic is being weird. I want to know if any of y'all know who this is. Three-fingered. Or three-fingered weirdness. So this is Lenore. She is from a comic series named Lenore the Cute Little Dead Girl. And she had a little web series on YouTube. That's like, I think it's like 10 years old at this point. It's about this dead girl. And she's a fucking nuisance. She is a 10-year-old who's been dead for like 100 years. Like in the first episode of her web series, she squeezes a bunch of hamsters to death. So that just gives you the vibe of what that series is like. I have the entire playlist of the web series saved as a playlist on my YouTube. It's not, yeah. Like, I watch it all the time. Not even close, but no, Lenore is not. Lenore is completely different from that. Lenore is very innocent, in a way where it's like she doesn't understand death necessarily. So she doesn't understand what she's doing, all the time. Like, she knows what hurt is, but she still has the mind and mentality of a 10-year-old. So she doesn't always understand what death looks like. So she gets sad. Never trust her with pets, though. She's gonna kill those things in, like, a few days. If even that. I have a crush on one of the characters named Taxidermy. I think he's a fine gentleman. Of course he's a monster. Look him up right now. Look up Taxidermy from Lenore the Cute Little Dead Girl. He kills people, but he's very good with children. He kills, like, people who treat children shittily and stuff like that. He's a I like him. He's not really monster-ish. I mean, he's just kind of a guy with an animal head, but still, he counts. Well, Lynn doesn't have any parents. She lives in a house, like, isolated from society, with Ragamuffin, a vampire stuck in a stuffed toy, and taxidermy, and all that. And has a stalker, and, like, climbs out of graves and stuff, whatever. I've been embalmed! See, the reason Ragamuffin got stuck in a stuffed toy was because he was cursed after killing a witch's sister. And in order to break the curse, a drop of blood needed to fall onto him. But because Lenore has been embalmed, even though he's, like, come back to life, essentially, the curse is kind of still there because he's just stuck now as a stuffed toy. He doesn't get his body back. So now he just casually lives with Lenore. And they hang out and they have tea parties. Lenore! Lenore! Oh my god, has it been stuck on this screen the whole time? God, you guys didn't even see me drawing because it's been stuck on the screen the whole time. That's shit, that's stupid. Well, I finished the doodle anyway. I was so locked into the sketch that I didn't even notice. That's poopy doopy. I'm so mad right now. Cookies. Guys, I am not having good time. There we go. Yay. Okay, anyway, Lenore's in the corner now. Go to your corner, Lenore. Lenore is in the corner. It's funny because that phrase doesn't even apply to this, but okay. You used that incorrectly. But that's okay because it's funny. There's gotta be something wrong with your keyboard or something, because you have a typo like in almost every sentence. Also, I know his overalls aren't really red, but shut up. I like them red. I hate using voice to text because it never gets the message correct. Never. And I'm talking about, like, you know, speaking it. I'm not talking about mobility aid kind. Just people who use it every once in a while. Like me, who hates it because it never works in my favor. Never works in my favor, and it doesn't like me. Why does it keep... Why does it keep doing that? Why does it keep... freezing? And it doesn't even tell me. It's kind of... sucks ass. Jax can eat my dick for all I care. But at the same time, I want to pat his head. That goes for, like, all the Digital Circus cast members. Just all of them, I'm like... Oh, a part of me wants to punch you, but a part of me also just wants to hug you. Jack's all the way in the corner. No, King or two, he's not excluded. When I said everyone, I meant everyone. Nothing. He exists. I said what I said. It's a part of me wants to hug all of them, but a part of me also wants to punch all of them just cuz. There is no reason. Doesn't have to be one. Cause I love Kinger. I'm a Kinger simp. I'm a Kinger and Kane simp. But I also want to punch him. He annoys the shit out of me sometimes. And his wife can't say no, she's dead. His wife can't do nothing. Well, I am. I'm a Kinger simp. And a Kane simp. I like dumb men. I like dumb older men. You really shouldn't be, you really shouldn't be confused, because if you're going to be confused by Kinger and Kane, the characters that I make aren't going to be any better. In fact, they're going to be worse. I mean, if you saw the recent voice claim video, not the most recent one, the one with all the Seeker and stuff, there's Mr. Gear in there. I simp for Mr. Gear, and I made him. Monster fucker. And you're surprised. If you're a real monster fucker, you wouldn't be surprised that Kane has simps. Fictional crush either. I just like imagining fucking them. He's quite literally a What do you mean, how is he a monster? Just because he's not some sort of freakazoid from some sort of horror movie doesn't mean he doesn't count as a monster. He's literally a floating pair of fucking dentures with 2 eyeballs in it. You have any idea how fucking horrifying that would be in real life? How are you questioning whether or not he's a monster? Come on, use common sense. He doesn't need to be an eldritch being to be a monster at random. That doesn't matter. He still counts as a monster, random. That's, like, not even... You don't even need to think that hard about it. Doesn't take that much brain power. Yeah, but he still counts as a monster. That's what I'm trying to say. Doesn't matter what kind of vibes he gives. He still counts as a monster. Just like all the people in Monster High count as monsters. I should go and post my Hear Me Out, just so you guys can see the kind of person I am. No, you're still just a monster fucker. There is no specifics. I'm just confused as to why you'd think Kane doesn't count as a monster when he quite literally does. Yeah, and I find predators cute. so let's not fight about this anymore. Actually, the more cuter and the more well, I'm like the kind of person who likes patheticness. The cuter and more pathetic someone looks, the more I'm drawn to them. I am a very intense person like that. I like the idea of control. Hear Me Out can still be cute. Like, I've made it clear that I'm not for children or stuff like that. Like, I am and I don't censor myself. I'm very intense. Not like that, but like I can be in like about certain things. But I'm repulsed by sex, and yet I'm such a fucking freak. Like, it's ridiculous. locked in right now. I'm so locked in, guys. Guys. Wait, I have a sketch. We have a ski yacht. A ski yacht. Ha, right there. I'm cleaning up a design that I made recently. So no. Please, Ragatha doesn't look like this. God damn it, now every single time somebody makes a button-eyed, people are gonna think it's Ragatha. I just said earlier that it's an old design that I am trying to... I've drawn Ragatha before, she looks nothing like this. This woman can turn into a human jacket, basically. Like, there's another version in there, and when they come out, the human part kind of turns into like a jacket. She's also, yes, completely naked, but I can't show that bottom part. I mean, in my Halloween animation, there's nudity, and I have no trouble doing it there, but on live stream, I'm not gonna do it on live stream. People are like, how is your channel not taken down yet? I'm like, excuse me? You don't know what artistic nudity is? Plus, if you think my art is the worst thing on the internet, you haven't seen anything. I'm going to what she looks like as a jacket. It's just a beautiful thing. So many of my characters' allegories for assault. Jesus. This is what trauma does to you. Why are so many of my OCs so traumatized? It's a he, actually. No, just kidding. Well, technically I'm not, but... Eh. It's a he and a she. There's two people there. One of them's a girl, one of them's a dude. Well, don't. I don't want you to. I don't trust you people to do anything. Sometimes I even want my audience to stay far away from my characters. These characters are, mother and son, by the way, if you were wondering. their names, by the way. They're named Mother and Son. Those are their literal names. One. These two characters are imaginary. They're not actual people. Technically, they're imaginary and they're real, but it's complicated. Didn't sketch that much. But I'm gonna take a little break, see? Just gonna leave it on this zoom out so we can see what the sketches are so far. Just take a little break to just chat and eat because I am hungry. It is almost 1:30 in the morning. How are y'all doing? It is now the 14th. Well, no, I only woke up like an hour before I started stream. So, like, I've been asleep for like ever. I made these new pajama stills, and then I fell asleep. And I woke up. It's the 14th. It's the 14th of September, which means my birthday is tomorrow. And I might as well stream then, too. My birthday is on the 15th, and I will post the animation tomorrow. Hooray! I can't wait to do that. Yeah. If anyone is planning on making fan art for that, today is the last day to do it. Because I'm gonna be putting the art into my animation at the end, so if you have any for that, today's the last day to do that. Just taking a little break to rest my handsies, because I've been sitting in a way where I'm on my bed, but my UBS is weird right now, so I've been sitting in a way that makes my back ache. Nothing wrong with chilling for a little bit. Especially now with Robert on my lap, we can just bask in his glory. I take him with me, like, almost everywhere. He's my boy. It's Juice. Hi, Juice. How you doing? How are you doing? Do I watch Murder Drones? No, I just. Well, I mean, I have. Kind of, but I didn't really care about it that much. Wasn't my thing. Every time people say something that they think is my thing, it never ends up being my thing. Which I find kind of funny. Whom should you draw? I don't know. I don't know, man. I only have 3 voice claim videos out, and those are the best. And I have, like, so many more characters to do for. I'm gonna die. People think I'm joking. No, I'm excited, for people to start sending in, like, or not start, they already have, for people who are sending fan art for me to put in the end of the animation video. So I can, cause I keep it all in a server, to keep track of all the art that people make of me. And I have them in a server, called Fridge Art, cause it's funny. So when I post the animation tomorrow, you will see all that. So, today's the last day to do that. I'm excited. What I'm not excited about is turning 21. And I'm still unemployed. And I'm still waiting to get a state ID. And I don't talk to anybody on where I live. All my friends are online except for maybe 2 of them. Hello! Anyone? What are those? I just found something that's funnier than 24. What is it? 25. Oh, that was a peak of SpongeBob. SpongeBob, my beloved. No, 6-7 sucks. I'll stick to 69. Thank you very much. 6-9. My favorite position. Not really, because that one tires the fuck out of me. Like, that just looks exhausting. I can hardly get up a flight of stairs without feeling tired. So, like, I get tired within the first 5 seconds. I'm just that. I'm just that pathetic. Exercise. Like, at all. The only exercise I get is walking. In the store for like 10 minutes, and then I go home. And I don't even go out to the store that often. Just that pathetic, guys. I am a cave gremlin. Like, I am a cave gremlin that requires therapy. That's why I'm in it. I'm in therapy because I don't fucking talk to people. It seems the opposite way because I talk a lot online, but that's online. Well, I can't check my mentions now. I have to wait till after I'm done. Well, I mean, I can, but I'm not going to. I'd rather wait till I'm done streaming and then I'm gonna check my mentions. Plus, I check my mentions like every day because YouTube likes to notify you of things like 7 hours after it's already posted. So, fuck you, YouTube, for that. But yeah, crave. I'm a cave gremlin. I don't come out of my room. Literally, my doctors are trying to set me up in a program to get me in a circle so that I can start learning how to talk to people. That's how bad it's bad when your literal therapist says you need friends. And it seems the opposite way, because I talk all the time, but that's online. In real life, my family is lucky if I even come out of my room. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Well, the thing is, I've never had trouble making friends. I'm very good at making them without even having to do anything, really. The difference is that I don't bother making them. So I never had trouble. I had lots of friends when I was in high school. But I wasn't the one who came up to them. They just kind of approached me and I just kind of there. And then as I got older, I did my own thing more and more. So I would say hi and then I would leave and just go hang out alone because I prefer my solitude sometimes to the point where I don't really care about talking to other people. That's one of my flaws, is that I don't really care to talk to people. And this is going to sound very ego-y, I guess. But I know I'm very charming. I know that for a fact. I'm not necessarily interesting, more interesting than other people. Um, uh, I'm basically just like anybody else, but I know that I'm charming to people. Um, I'm very good at talking to people when I need to, but the actual me is just I'm the kind of person who doesn't respond to DMs almost at all unless it's important. I have a lot of friends. Well, I mean, in my mind, more like I refer to people more like acquaintances. But I do have friends that I've been friends with for years. And I had I was very memorable in school amongst the people that I was with, like my teachers and friends and stuff. But I wasn't somebody who really stood out that much from the crowd. I don't really like that kind of attention. But yeah. I don't really care to connect like that because I just don't see a point in it, really. Where, obviously it's gonna happen, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to look for it. I just let it happen. And then if the friendship ends, that's it. I don't really have any feelings for that. I'm not connected like that. There's people I've been friends with for years that I just dropped. Not without explanation, obviously. But I just, I don't really have trouble dropping people. Because I'm not connected to people like that, so I have no problem. I've been disconnected like that since I was young. Like, I don't feel any real connection to my family or anybody. It's really not an advantage. A lot of the things I have to deal with, the reasons I'm in therapy, are because they aren't really advantages to me. I mean, there are a lot of things I've never had trouble with. It's just the way that I go about it or think about it. I have no problem making friends. I can make friends literally wherever. But the thing is, I don't really try. And I'm not really I'm not dedicated like that. That's why I don't really enter relationships, because I could never be dedicated to someone like that. Because I'm, I'm a me person. I'm not gonna really bother with other people like that. But the thing is, I still want a relationship, but I don't want the romance. But I don't want to engage in hookup culture. So, Like, I just want the attention part. So, oof. Oof. I'm not romantically attracted to people. So, there's a struggle. I'm I'm asexual and aromantic. But you don't need to be either of those things. Uh, I'm also Cupio romantic. Um, which if you don't know what that means, basically it's someone who doesn't experience romantic attraction but desires a romantic relationship. That's me. Um, because I've never, despite how much I joke about it, I've never really had a crush on anyone, nor have felt romantically towards anyone. That's why I like to joke, because the only attraction I usually feel, if at all, is sex. And I don't even feel that much of that. I just like to exaggerate it for the internet because it's funny. Even though I'm repulsed by genitals, like they're ugly. They're objectively ugly. I don't understand why people like looking at them. There's nothing attractive about them. Um, like I've only ever been interested in relationships for the touch, but nothing else. That's why I've never really been in relationships. Like, I like my solitude more than people, and I'm not emotionally attached to people like that. Romantic, queer platonic, or otherwise, I've never been interested or known much about romance, nor have I ever felt it. Like, it's been this way since I was a child, and it hasn't changed. Yeah, at the same time, I want to experience the touch and, like, affection, but I don't want to engage in hookup cultures or, like, benefits, and I don't want a relationship because I'm not someone who's dedicated like that. Like, I'm dedicated to myself. I don't even bother seeking it because it doesn't interest me that much, but it's in the back of my mind. Like, I may go as far as to say, like, every time I think about me being in a romantic relationship, I'm, like, repulsed the same way I am for sex. And I don't know what that says about me. I'm also autistic, but, like, that's a separate issue. But it could be a lot of that could play into it. Like, I want all the touch parts without the romance part, but I don't want benefits and I don't want hookups. So and also what's funny is that I have SPD, I'm diagnosed with sensory processing disorder, which means I don't even like people touching me. what, what the fuck is up with that? That's like, isn't that crazy? I don't even like people touching me. And yet I want people to touch me. don't don't take that out of context, please. Well, I know that's normal. Wait, which part are you referring to as normal? Because me having SPD is not. That's literally a disorder. Because it's not just people, it's clothes, it's quite literally anything. To the point where my body will lock up and be in pain, and I'll be flailing around and I won't be able to do anything and I'll start crying. Like all that stuff. Like, that's not normal. Yes, it's sensory processing disorder. It's in it's in the name, disorder. Just because you don't like touch doesn't automatically mean you have sensory processing disorder or anything, but it's a thing. It's an actual thing. No, it's an actual thing. I'm too down bad for boys and girls that show at least interest and are nice. I'm the opposite. I I don't I'm not interested in anyone. So imagine so SPD, imagine it like you wake up in the morning and you do a big morning stretch all the way through. But instead of that stretch being all the way through, it gets stuck halfway and now your body's just stuck like that now. Um like your body sometimes might be stuck, but sometimes it's like the feeling that the stretch hasn't been stretched enough is just there the entire time. And it's so annoying. Well, no, that's parasocial. I have a therapist. I just like, I have a therapist that I talk to this stuff about. I don't really need anyone to be my therapist. So I'm good. I don't like thinking about people like that. Uncomfortable as fuck? Yeah, exactly. I think the opposite way. Well, yeah. I have, for right now, I am, I am diagnosed with, aside from autism, being recognized autistic, I have SPD, sensory processing disorder. I have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Um, and then there's a lot of things that I'm going under evaluation for. No, I know you meant that metaphorically. I don't like it either way. I know what you meant. Um, and I'm going on under evaluation for a bunch of stuff. Right now I'm going under evaluation, for NPD. Uh, there's a lot of things I've been under evaluation for over the years, but it was hard because I didn't understand what the fuck was going on, and I also had a history of like half lying. Like I would experience things, like I would read about things so hard that I would actually feel like I started to experience them. That's why when I research things like that, I have to be careful because my brain lies to me. But then I would also lie and say that I kept doing these things even though when I didn't, stuff like that. And then after a while, I was like, oh, I'm sick of it. I need to stop lying. Um, so yeah, it was difficult, but now I have a better sense of what I do and experience. So I I'm right now we're looking under evaluation for NPD and stuff like that. It's a very complicated process and it's not cheap. Like for a majority of my life, I would hear voices in my head screaming and yelling all the time, and then they just stopped. And the thing is, I don't hear or see anything in my brain. Like it's completely quiet in there, like completely quiet. I don't have an inner voice or anything. So when the voices stopped, it was like, what the fuck? But I was like that, and then the voices started. And now I'm back to being like that. So I have aphantasia and anaurelia, which is I can't see or hear anything in my brain. So, um, and when I was little, I used to hallucinate my imaginary friends, but I never experienced any trauma, and they never impacted me negatively until I got older. So it's apparently it's a big possibility that I quite literally just imagined them super hard. um, which is crazy. Like the fact that I just casually saw my imaginary friends without like experience without being schizophrenic or schizoaffective or anything. Like that's wild. That's funny. There was a time where um I forgot actually. I don't remember what I was gonna say. I have heavy narcissistic traits and from mostly from my PTSD, but ever since I was younger. Um so I've been kind of a weird child. I would do a lot of things that people just didn't get, like just lying down in the middle of the sidewalk because I thought the sidewalk was cold, and people thought I passed out or something. So that was always wild. I've been pretty open about it, where I'm currently looking into going under evaluation for narcissistic personality disorder. Never hit it. Never really been ashamed. Because with me, all these things I do is to find answers, so like a diagnosis has never scared me. I've never been scared of being diagnosed with anything. Unless it means like I'm gonna die or something. Then I'd be like, no, I don't want that. I take it back. Just stop drawing for tonight because well, not really tonight. It's literally 2 in the morning. But like my hand is a little bit tired. So I'm just gonna. I'm not gonna end, but I'm gonna put you guys. I'm gonna put you guys right here. So You guys are big now. But I can be even bigger. Aha! I'm huge now. I'm just happy that I figured out how to make the chat come up. Because I had my friend D, was in Discord sharing sharing, when is the last time to submit fan art? Today, because it's 2 a.m. for me today, it's the 14th, so you probably have a lot more time than you think you do, because a lot of you are ahead of me. But it's 2 a.m. on the 14th, and today is the last day to do that. You can just mention me. But yeah, I had my friend D, in Discord, share their, screen with me, because they were on my live, so I could see the chat. That was a very, that was a problem, but I did a fist. I got it. I'm so proud of myself. I'll check mentions later. I check it every day, every few hours, just to make sure. I appreciate. Well, it's not birthday specific. It can be any kind of fan art. I'm just showing off all the fan art that I have so far. Honestly, like, to be honest, can I, like, honest with you guys? Like, this PNGtuber thing is something I've been wanting to do for years. But I've never been able to because of my old Chromebook that I've had from school for years that hardly can do anything. And now I have a proper laptop to do this stuff on, which means I can also improve on, like, my merch stuff. I have a Redbubble. And just a bunch of other editing stuff. Like, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with getting a laptop. Finally, after all these years. I kept putting it off because to me it's a need, but at the same time, to me there were more important things that were needed than a laptop. Go to sleep, dude. I woke up at like 11 something. I've been asleep. I could try. My brother was actually the one who did a lot of it for me. He's done it before, so he's very tech savvy, and I'm not. He's the same person who helped me make a Discord server. But I can probably try. I can probably try make some sort of. I'm not good at making tutorials, but I can try. If I get around to it. But yeah, this is what I'm doing right now is basically like a dream to me. Like, I've always wanted to do something like this with a PNG, and it's actually happening, and people are actually, like, watching my content, and, like, actually interested, and that's, like, awesome to me. People don't realize how much 100 views is. Like, in the grand scheme, maybe not, but to a lot of people, like, even 1,000 views is just, like, that's a shit ton of people. Like, my most popular video is obviously the Jay and Grin one at 117k, but, you know, that's the one I didn't want to be the most popular. But it is what it is. And I've moved on from it, like, quickly. Like, I wasn't planning on staying on it. Like, that was 7 months ago. Like, this has been a very good year for me. I think because last year, my first long-form video was 2 years ago. And I celebrated 5k subscribers just last year, and now I'm at 15K. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's just insane. I'm basically living a big goal, a big dream right now. Just talking like this. Also because I'm very excited to put multiple outfits on Bean. And put a bunch of hats on Robert. That's my favorite part, is drawing the outfits. Also, I do have a Twitch. There's nothing on it. It's been dead for a few years because this is what I wanted to do when I had Twitch. I'm not going to go over there right away. I'm not going to share what my Twitch is or do anything on there right away. But it's there. I want to stick to YouTube first to see what to get used to the technology first, and then I'm gonna see if I can switch to Twitch and do stuff on there too at the same time. One of the reasons why I needed to have a room was because I hated being watched. I would close every single door, every single window. I would close the curtains on my cousin's door. And sometimes when my cats go to sleep, I put a blanket over them because I don't like them watching me while I sleep. Like, I don't like it either. Like, I also have a problem with that. That's one of my biggest issues. Sometimes I spend all day with the lights off and just everything. And then the funny part is that I have a staring problem, so... I have to, there are a lot of times I have a tendency to sneak up on people without even trying. My family is like, when did you get there? And sometimes I have a quirky little habit of standing in people's doorways and just staring at them, which comes off as unintentionally creepy. But if you ask me why, I'll just say, I don't know. I kind of just stand there like a lost child, and I don't know why, and then I just leave. It comes off as unintentionally creepy, like, a lot of the time. Something that I do. Because I have a tendency to just be quiet and stare at people. But, I promise it's not on purpose, I promise. My brain's just not really working or doing anything, so I just stare at things. Thank you! The PJs I'm wearing right now don't look like this, but they're extremely comfy. This is just a talking stream now. Nothing wrong with talking. I used to be embarrassed because people are like, why do you stream? Why do you talk and stuff even though hardly any people watch? It's like, well, because I like talking about me. But because I have conversations with myself, not in like a I hear voices kind of way, like I literally just have conversations with myself. That people think I'm actually talking to people. That's how often it happens. So I find that streaming or being in a Discord call, even when nobody's in there, helps me to feel less crazy. Maybe it has to do with my theater kid days, I don't know. I'll dance, dance, dance with my hands. I think it's also because the reason I had a history of lying when I first started seeing my therapist was because I didn't think I was interesting. Only for me, as I got older, to realize that I've always been interesting. I just thought that I needed to be more interesting, and that's the problem. But now I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good with just speaking it. Cause I know that other people will find me interesting just like they would anyone else, and that's good. Also, a lot of people apparently say that I have a good voice for like reading stuff, like bedtime stories or whatever. And and sometimes people think my voice is hot, but like I'm more focused on the story thing. Like, I don't know if I have a good voice for reading bedtime stories or something. Like, how would I, like, I have a pretty loud, I'm pretty loud. I don't know if my voice would fit bedtime stories. Who? Like who? Who are you talking about? So, cause I don't know anyone by the name of Sebastian. or, or whatever the fuck that thing is in your profile picture. Yeah, I don't actually know who that is. I just laughed when I read it because of the context. I don't know who the fuck Sebastian Solis is. I didn't say last stream I liked him. I was reading somebody else's comment. I never said I liked him. I never even said I knew who that was. You guys are gonna find that I don't know much about anything. I also had other people in my Discord talking to me, so might have been one of them. No, but like, I don't think people say I have a good reading voice, but I might be too loud for that. Like, I think I'm better at reading like what I do now, which is screaming into the void. Unless I just tone down my voice and I speak like this, very softly, very calmly. Would you like a bedtime story? Like that kind of thing. But I don't want to do that all the time. I just want to talk normally. I want to talk like this. This is my normal voice. Or I want to scream. Aggressively read a bedtime story. Hey, you little shits! It's time for bed. Let me read you The Last Unicorn. Let me read you a Dr. Seuss book. Then you can go the fuck to sleep. One fish, two fish, three fish, four fish. Red fish, blue fish, son of a bitch. That would be funny. Telling bedtime stories. I don't think he's necessarily aggressive. I think he's just like very condescending. He's like, oh, you want me to read you a bedtime story? Alright. Just don't get too scared. Why, are you scared of the dark? Are you scared of Oh my god. Finn. Oh my god, are you scared of the dark? That's so, like, totally lame. Like, you should probably get a nightlight or something. Like, you still need to be read bedtime stories to go to sleep. Like, oh my god. Guys. What are you, like, 20? No, Janet. I'm 6. He just believed. Yeah. My name is Stephanie, and I'm just here for the food. Rave music feels and sounds so much better when I'm wearing a crop top. I think I'm gonna throw up in a few hours. Come and check on me. Bring me a margarita while you're maybe a martini. Some whiskey. Maybe some of that fancy bottled water. You know, maybe I want that high vibe water. The one in like the sparkly pretty bottle. Yeah, the high vibe water. No dead vibes. Dead vibes are not welcome. Get a load of this, loser. I feel like I'd be very good at playing a snarky Valley Girl bully. Where did you get that bag? Where is it from? The dumpster? It's high vibe water, imply low vibe water. Yes, so says Funky Frog Bait. Funky of the Frog, reviewing water, live now, no clickbait. Alright, babes. Well, ain't you just a slippery little son of a bitch? Oh my god. The vibes are off. Aren't you just one slippery son of a bitch? If I had a nickel for every time somebody called me a bitch, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that's happened twice. Would you like me to get that ladder for you? And push you off? I might be going a little insane. I think I might be going just a little bit insane. Might need to put me in a room full of rats. Or a room. Because I'm crazy. Crazy? I've been crazy before. I'm in a rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. Don't get too close to me, I'll bite you. I'm losing my mind. I'm slowly just losing my mind. What would you like to eat? The unborn. Eggs. They mean eggs. They want eggs. Did you guys know? Because this is delayed, this is going to come soon. that later. But did you guys know that I used to pronounce the word bagel as bagel? Just that's what my poor young self my poor young self did. Also, hi Purple. Hi Purple. Hello. We're just talking right now. I'm kind of done sketching because I used up all my sketching juices like hours earlier in my first stream. But yeah, hello. Hello. I I wouldn't I don't want to go off and say that I'm necessarily much of a political account. Like me as a person, I don't have opinions on too much, in all honesty. And I try to keep my YouTube not focused on that. That's more of like my TikTok. And my first Instagram was banned, so I have to use another one, but the whole thing, you know, if you don't know, Charlie Kirk is a conservative activist and he was shot in the neck during a rally. He died pretty quickly. In fact, that kind of shot was almost merciful. It was still horrific, but he was a conservative activist. He said a lot of fucked up shit, you know, about if his like daughter, his young daughter, had a baby, then he would make her have it, and like confusing a dolphin fetus for a baby fetus, and you know, telling trans, black, and just anyone who's different that they're the problem to everything, that they deserve to, like, they should die and stuff, and like a bunch of assault cases. So he was shot in the neck. And people are trying to make me feel crazy because they're like, you don't feel bad? Like, no. that son of a bitch would have celebrated my death and probably used it to push something. And what's funny is that right before he got shot, he was talking about how black people are like the problem to gun violence, and just before that he was mocking trans people. So you don't need to have any feelings on it. You don't need to. People are saying he's human. He was a father. I'm like, he was also a bigot. Him being a father doesn't change that. And him being human doesn't make him immune to anything. Because he spent his entire life mocking and dismissing the pain of people and just being an all-around piece of shit. So, people... I was laughing because I was like, do I feel bad for him? Huh, no. Do I feel bad for the people there? Yeah, because they had to witness that. Do I feel bad for his wife? Huh, no. Do I feel bad for his kids? Of course. Like, they're gonna have to... I don't know if they were there or not, but they're gonna find out, and they're gonna find that footage. Nobody deserves to lose a parent like that in front of them. And like, that is their dad. Doesn't matter what we thought of him, but for the children, I feel bad for the children. Just because there wasn't organs or anything, nobody was exploding, doesn't mean it wasn't graphic. Cause it was. He was gushing blood everywhere. But that's still horrific. Just because I'm numb to it doesn't mean it's not terrible. But do I care much for him? Nah. I laughed about it. And then they found the guy who was a white male, who I think they said was raised by Republicans, and you know, everyone was like, because it was the exact opposite of what Charlie Kirk said. The people wanted, the conservatives wanted him to be a black man so bad, but no, it's a white man. That's the they got the suspect. And then before that, they mistakenly arrested an older man who pretty much pretended to be the suspect so the other suspect could get away or something like that. Like, it's crazy. But yeah. Because I saw it on the news. I saw it when it was happening on the news. Yes, I watch the news. Shut up. I'm not that old, okay? Not only old people watch the news. And then there was, like, a bunch of writing on his gun and stuff. Blah, 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 blah. All that. Anyway, I don't know why, I just wanted to discuss that. Because I posted about it, and some people were like, so. People are like, be the bigger person, be the better person. I can be, but I don't have to be. I don't need to be the bigger person in every situation. I'm never going to tell people that I am better than my pettiness, because I'm not. You don't need to snap. You don't need to snap to be, a little crazy. Because a lot of crazy people are surprisingly very grounded, but that makes it worse. What everyone will be eventually, because that's how life is disabled. When you get older, your body falls apart. Disability is just the future. That's how life is. Some people just die too quickly or start too soon. That's just how life is. People look at me like I'm crazy, but like, no, that's just that. That's how it works. Also, I have, right next to me, I have a bag of Cheetos, not opened, a bag of vanilla wafers, and another pack of vanilla wafers, and a bag of crab. And I'm eating all of that. That's what some crazy food combos. The world be taking everyone but the orange man. Like, come on. Take the orange man, we don't want him. Maybe that's the funny part, is that not even God wants Trump. You can't have any because I can't reach through the screen. I just flew out the womb with a bunch of problems. Not physically, but mentally. I just didn't know that they were problems. I just saw it. We all just saw it as me being kind of weird. Which I am. There's no denying I am an odd individual. Yeah, fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Don't mind that. I'm just testing out some transition stuff. If you see it, if you see stuff, if you see random stuff happening on the stream, it's just me. It's just me testing out some transitions. It's kind of funny how I faded to black as I said fuck Trump, as if something was gonna happen to me. It was so nice. Guys, I'm fine. Nothing happened. Guys, guys, I'm fine. Guys, it's fine. Oopsie. I keep pressing on the wrong things. Actually, it would be kind of funny. What if I just streamed my own videos? What if we almost fall into the void escape? What if I? That would be funny. What if I just started watching my own videos? Hang on. What if I did that? I could do that to like info dump and stuff like that. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to like create videos for like info to like explain my lore better. And I'm trying, but to be honest, I'm not very confident in it right now. So info dumping about it casually is better until I can figure out how I want to structure that kind of thing. But that would be so funny. That would be so funny if I just watched my own videos. You know what? Fine, fine, let's do it. Let's do it. Just give me a sec. I'm going to share. I'm going to share it. Give me a second. I need to let me make you guys. Oh, oopsie, that's me. Hang on. Let me make you guys smaller. Put you right there in the back. I am going to share the screen as soon as I uh open YouTube. Artichoke. Let me just let me just make this. No, I didn't mean to press on the photo. I need to check if you guys could even hear. Well, I'm not playing anything right now, obviously, but doubt. But um, what do you mean? No, you don't want to watch my content. Watching my videos, whether you like it or not. We're doing it. Where's my profile picture? That's my OC. That's my OC. Uh, that's my OC, Catherine. Let's see. Let's see if you guys can even hear the audio, which we're gonna find out soon. Hmm. Which one I want to play? Well, obviously one of them I can't play, but I'm not gonna open my playlist because then you guys will see my private ones. I don't want you guys to see those. Again. ago. That's there we go. That's better. Now you guys can actually kind of see it. You know what? You know what? You know what? Let's start with the most recent one.
Understand why I can't let you leave? Look what you did to yourself last.
See, yeah. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm just putting um. I'm gonna put it back. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I'm just moving some things around. Okay, there we go.
You want your legs back? You want your
We shall watch. Also, tell me if you guys can hear the audio so I know.
You want your legs back? You want your planet back? Surely you can understand why I can't let you leave? Look what you did to yourself last time. My. We've been causing quite a scene, haven't we? Poor Yellow. Her impurities absorb all the blue in her light. She's so strong, but so weak when it comes to blue.
I'll make sure.
So, this woman is like the main villain or antagonist of. Well, I don't want to make it super loud. Let me.
Poor Yellow.
She is the she is the main antagonist of my story. I say antagonist because she is the one that they do face to face with like 90% of the time, but like the actual villain of the whole thing is in the shadows the whole time. Um, her name is Andromeda. She she is one of the two queens of heaven. She doesn't. So there are natural born angels, and then there are people who become angels. Andromeda doesn't look like a natural born angel, but like her lineage has mixed with a lot of other races over the years, or like species. So she doesn't look like a natural born angel, but she is one. She so one of the biggest points in my story is that the story starts um shortly, not too long after a war has already ended. Um which sure has been like 9-ish years, just a little bit more than that, which is not that long, because the war that Andromeda called for lasted 750 years. Um, and she did this because Conan, the soon-to-be king of Hell, and Angie, who is like the second queen, they're not sisters, by the way. They're not related. They're two different people. They decided to play a prank on her by throwing a parasitic little crystal thing into her drink. And she was actively watching them do it. She was like, "Don't you do it. Don't you do it." And they still did it. So, I mean, I'd be pretty mad if somebody threw a parasite in my drink. But in, like, supernatural terms, it's just a prank, bro. Um, and that's not the reason why Andromeda looks like that, because she never drank it. they just, they just threw it in her cup so she couldn't drink it, and she was mad. Andromeda was born with parasitic abilities. She didn't eat the parasite and become one, but she was pissed off. I'd be pretty pissed too, but like, you maybe exaggerated a little bit by declaring a war that lasted 750 years, but, it is what it is. Um, so a lot of people are like, why does she have so many kids if everybody hates her? I'm like, well, you don't really need to like someone to have a kid. She's known for marrying people and then disposing of them so that when she has her children, they aren't labeled as bastards. Um, when you have a child, while you aren't married, a bastard's child. So she does that so that her children aren't bastards. Um, but don't ask her whose father is whose because she doesn't keep track. She doesn't really care. The only person she knows for sure or thinks about more is the last the last person in this voice claim, which is her youngest daughter, whose father is someone in another voice claim video. Obviously, the prank wasn't the only thing about the war, but that's what set her off. So it's a little funny because Andromeda has been being groomed by it, my villain, for like her entire life. So that's where she gets most of her vile thought processes from. Um, yeah. So that's Andromeda. That's the main villain that my group face. Um, but she is just a pawn. Let's move on to her sons, who are personally my favorite characters.
Her impurities absorb all the blue in her light. She's so strong, but so weak when it comes to blue.
I'll make sure to draw them off, but wait a bit before you head back outside. That's my girl. Calcifer, you're being so obedient. So, what do you have hidden in your pocket, Sophie? You who swallowed a falling star, oh heartless man. Your heart shall
3.
soon belong to me. It can't be good for the table.
What is it this time? Does this have anything to do with her watching the drills this morning? I thought Varric was exaggerating. Tell her I'm fine. Also, tell her when I said to stop checking on me, I didn't mean send others. Don't bother.
Position.
She wouldn't listen.
Humans are short-sighted, brutish, blind to the beauty of the Fade. Their minds cast in a duality of black and white. But you have shown a subtlety in your actions. It means that I respect you deeply, Inquisitor. And I have disturbed you enough for one evening.
Relax, kid. We know it was.
Pause. So, I really like Dragon Age Inquisition, uh, which is where some of the voice claims come from.
I'll make sure to draw them off.
So you can find the voice claims in the descriptions, by the way. It says what the voice claims are. But these are Andromeda's first children. It's a set of triplets. They fall into the trope of like looking and dressing exactly the same. I mean, this is their soldier like uniforms, so obviously they're gonna look the same because they're in like military uniform. But outside of that, Andromeda actually does that on purpose. She dresses them up. She likes to dress them up and have them look exactly the same for image purposes. But outside of that, the boys don't like it. They want to dress how they want to dress, you know? But they're forced to do this whole 3-in-1 thing where they all look mostly the same. But yeah. So this is FaZe. He's the oldest. He has a case of echinotopsia, which is basically, so imagine, you know when you turn side to side, you turn side to side pretty smoothly. Imagine it like a low frame rate. Like every 5 seconds you see a screenshot. Nothing's moving until you switch to the next screenshot. That's kind of don't trust. I'm not a professional doctor, but that's what he has. So unlike his brothers who use swords, he uses Nintendo's strings, which can regain its shape when in contact with electricity. So he's able to use those strings to fight instead of swords because it's easier for him when it comes to coordination and timing. Compared to if he was using swords, he wouldn't be very good at it. That's why he has those strings. That's what they are. Think of it. No, never mind. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. He's very he is kind of flirty. He's kind of a ladies' man. Um, he's very beloved amongst the ladies because he's very gentlemanly. Um, he has, you're gonna notice that all the boys are in secret relationships. That's why it's in secret in parentheses. Because their mother doesn't approve of anyone that she doesn't approve of. So, yep, there's that. This is Faye. He uses swords. Um, his ability is has to do with eyes. So it's spelled Meuyem with I in it, but it's pronounced as mime. You know, the mimes. That's how it's pronounced. Um, basically, he could see through people's eyes and kind of like somewhat be able to like predict what they're going to do, and he can also like take over people's bodies in a way where he's miming stuff and they're copying him like that, which to me is terrifying. I don't know about you guys, but anyone having control over my body is a no. Um, this this is Flay. You're also gonna notice that all her children have F names. Faye, Faze, and Flay. That's just another weird thing that she does. She's such a weirdo. This is Flay. He's gay. That's it. That's all I have to say about him. He's gay. He's gay as fuck. and and Andromeda sent an assassin to kill her own son, but she kind of just ended up hooking him up with his future boyfriend. So I want Flay's Wattpad writer, aka me. I wish I could write my own life like that.
Disturbed you enough for one evening.
Relax, kid. We know it was a break-in, but that doesn't explain this. There's a lot of restricted items here, and I don't see any permits. You want to tell me how you got them? Last time I checked, science didn't require illegal equipment.
Good.
How about you go for a little walk, Marcus? Cool off a bit. A building was blown to bits. What do you think?
It's just this. This is Foika. Her last name is different. Because that's her father's last name. That's the only other father that Andromeda talks about a lot. Foika's father is the king of vampires, and the king of vampires is a prick. No, it's not Dracula. No. This is a different guy. But the king of vampires is an absolute asshole, just as bad as Andromeda, and they couldn't stand each other. Foika is estranged from the family because Andromeda banished her, because she didn't fit, her image. Basically, very racist and, you know, just rejected her own daughter just because she didn't look the way she wanted her to. Vampires have red skin. That's why her skin is a lot darker, and reddish than everyone else's. Um, she is obviously a vampire. She wears, so these rings right here. There's 9 of them. She actually has 10 rings in total. Each of them represent her siblings. Um, she has 10 siblings, but she only has 9 rings. The other ring is on her other hand, but you can't see it because these are all Andromeda's other kids. But she has one other sibling that shares a different mother that Andromeda doesn't know about necessarily. That's what the last part means. It's hard to protect family when on opposing sides and one doesn't even know you exist. Foika has a sibling, from her father from a different mother, but that sibling doesn't know about her. Which you're going to see who that is in, another voice claim video. But that she wears a box over her head because she's ashamed of her face. But it's not ugly, it's very pretty. She just doesn't like looking at people.
Walk, Marcus. Cool off a bit. A building was blown to bits. What do you think?
Make it big, Doc Goodman. Everything on his proper shelf, Max, all done up in little ribbons.
Issues times 5, yeah.
Confused. Suppose you drop dead. What about your inventory? The kid, Junior that is, will be down in a minute unless you'd like to take her drink up to her. I distinctly remember Addison crossing you off my guest list. What are you doing here?
Get on my case for the whole unicorn Pegasi, horse argument thing. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. So this is Fitzy. It's obvious what she is. So her teeth, you can't really see it well here, but her teeth are like dyed rainbow. She has braces on. And she dyed her teeth like that on purpose to go against Andromeda's beauty standards. She said, "Fuck you, I'm going to rock it." Um, but she she wants to embrace more of her like forest side, but her mother won't let her. But she looks pretty good in this dress, not gonna lie.
Do you remember Addison crossing you off my guest list? What are you doing here?
Someone likes my music? That's good, I guess. I'm often asked if I'm angry, but I'm really not. I don't have some grand vision behind my music. I just do it. Music matters more to me than flavor. I'm used to being misunderstood. I like following my own style.
You got this.
You can't really see it well, but she has prosthetics here that are filled with ruby water. There's red water in there. It's exactly what it sounds like. Water and rubies mixed together. So she was born without legs. It says up here. And she has the ability to manipulate glass. That's why some of her little armor thing is made of glass, and she doesn't have the ones that her brothers do. She's arranged to marry the son of one of the 4 Pegasi families. This one is obviously Chen. So Flurry, that's her name. She's 22, but Chen is 30. The two of them had never met up until this whole thing, the whole marriage thing. They're not married yet, they're arranged to be, but they do get married in the future. And Chen himself is like put off by it because he's like, yeah, she's an adult, but I'm 30. I'm literally 8 years older than her. He doesn't feel good about it because he doesn't view her as a child. He just views her as like way younger. Because he acknowledges that she's an adult, but he's 30 and she's 22. But that's how arranged marriages go in a lot of lineages. To them, the age part doesn't matter. Mostly. So they are a healthy couple though. They do go on to get married years later. But yeah, there's that. And she has 2 little glass sphere buddies here named Bubs and Bill. And that was supposed to be a play on the word bubble. Bubs, Bill, bubble. Those 2 don't sound the same whatsoever, but I hope you get the joke. Please get the joke. I'm struggling to be funny over here. What the hell? Oh. It just went down a little bit.
I'm used to being misunderstood. I like following my own style.
You got this. Just act casual. No one needs to get hurt. Let's be sensible. Just go out there and tell them this is a place where humans live. I saw that this was a possibility, though I am surprised that this is the path we're taking. Today, I'm a sapphire traveling with my ruby guard. And my personal pearl.
The current
Philo is an interesting case because she's a slime, and you can't really birth slimes. Like, not in the traditional way. Slimes are basically just magic bodies of water. I'm trying to word this. So, slimes are some of the only species who can use magic without the need for blood, because basically their entire body aside from water is made of magic. They're very adept at water magic and all of that. A lot of slimes are born normally, but there are some slimes who are born with like a sparkly kind of effect. That's why Philo looks sparkly. Some slimes will put like glitter and stuff in their bodies, like shimmers, but you can tell who was born that way and who wasn't based on how transparent they are. Philo is not able to move because Andromeda stole all the magic, like enough magic to keep her alive, but not enough that her legs are basically useless and that she can't really use any of her magic. Um, she Andromeda will give Philo magic when it need be, but then take it away just as quickly. Slimes are not very common in the world, at least to see, because they live in their own isolated communities. So slimes are treated as almost like some sort of attraction whenever they're seen, because it's not so common to see them outside of their own communities. So Philo and another character, slime character, her name is Fizzy. They're different from the average slime in terms of like personality wise, I guess, because they're not raised in those isolated slime communities. Um, I don't know if you can notice, but um, um, sorry, I don't know if you can notice, but Philo has her legs tied, and the worst part is that you remember those strings, mantinal strings that Phase uses. So Andromeda forced him to use those to tie her up because normal rope wouldn't work. Slimes can't wear normal clothes or anything because it just goes through them. That's why they use their abilities to mimic clothes. Um, like they can manipulate their bodies, but they can't have clothes on or anything because it'll just sink through their bodies. So she forced Phase to use his Nintendo strings to tie her up, which is depressing.
Is where humans live. I saw that this was a possibility, though I am surprised that this is the path we're taking. Today, I'm a sapphire traveling with my ruby guard. And my personal pearl.
The current Kira is foolish and overconfident, not to mention unusually cooperative with Task Force. So much so that I suspect he's working hand in hand with them. Yes, I am. Having said that, I'll admit that I'm only 7% certain. Don't worry, Commander Rester. Making assumptions is part of any investigation. If we're wrong, all it'll cost is an apology.
Play beautifully.
Figaro. Poor Figaro. She's nicknamed Figs, by the way. But if you guys notice, Figaro is very almost skeletal because she doesn't eat. She's pretty much anorexic. Um, she's half zombie. People are like, "How do you give birth to a zombie?" And I go, "I just bullshit it. There are so many ways to have kids in my universe that really it doesn't really matter." That's how so many people are able to have kids despite being like completely different. Um, you can merge two magic fragments together to create a baby. That's how fairies can have babies with other species despite being like tiny as hell. Um, and still be like biologically born like that. Um, but yeah, that's that. But Andromeda ignores Fig a lot because she's like, "You're half zombie, you don't need to eat." I'm like, "Bitch, she's also half like alive. Her her organs are still in there. They may not work all the time, but they still need to be held together." Um Figaro has been on the receiving end of a lot of Andromeda's anger, and because of that, it's rubbed off on her a lot. So she kind of, that's what it says right here, she's berated by her mother all the time. And she's picked up some of Andromeda's racist rhetoric towards even herself. She starts off that way, but by the time later on in the story, she's a lot better. It was basically somebody said, is she an Uncle Ruckus situation? And I was like, no, not exactly, but I see where you're coming from. Like, she hates herself and she projects it onto others. She becomes one of the biggest allies against her mother. So she becomes friends with the main cast. Her arc spans years, obviously. You don't change that quickly. Just like a lot of other characters in my story. But she's very important.
Don't worry, Commander Rester. Making assumptions is part of any investigation. If we're wrong, all it'll cost is an apology.
You play beautifully. Mother won't let me near the piano. Music is improper for a young lady. Perhaps, in view of the circumstances, you could call me Victoria. Since I was a child, I've dreamt of my wedding day. I always hoped to find someone I was deeply in love with. We have to help him. Can the living marry the dead? Please, I beg of you.
Oh, my Shayla. So, Fall, her middle name is Salith. Salith. It depends on where you're from, but it doesn't really matter which way you pronounce it. This is the same thing. It means light in Fey language. And she is very obviously the quote-unquote pretty one. She is. Andromeda dresses her up in a way to make her look more mature despite only being 14, which, is weird as fuck. But she's a very nice girl. The tattoos that she has on her body are angelic tattoos. They're different from forest tattoos and other stuff like that. I'm planning to do some art about like the different tattoos of my other regions. But she is a fairy, and she is arranged to marry one of the main character's cousins, who is she's 14, he's also 14. So that's how she ties into it. But she's very, I just like her a lot. She's my favorite design wise. Her entire eye is like a giant rose.
Can the living marry the dead? Please, I beg of you.
Hey, have you ever wondered if Mother likes to daydream too sometimes? I'm not going to tell you. It's lucky for me you know how to fly.
Sheila, so this is Fairy. This is the child I was talking about. So her teeth are inverted, so they're not white, they're black. And she has white hair and darker skin. She gets that from her father. She doesn't speak. Her voice claim is more like her inner voice instead of what she actually sounds like. So spoiler alert, she dies. Because Andromeda is a piece of shit, and Andromeda just doesn't like her kids. But you're gonna see in a moment, you're gonna see what her father looks like in a moment. But this is the child. She's very lovely. I love her very much. She's so cute. I want to smush her cheeks. So that's the Archley. That's the Archley voice claim. We're gonna go to the one before that.
What a sensitive soul. You should have been there too.
Why did it start early? Here we go. This is where Kit's husbands are. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the media that I got my voice claims from, I don't watch. So most of the voice claims I get are from like me searching forever on YouTube or me going on TikTok for voice claims. So most of the media that I get these voice claims from, I don't even watch them. I search for the voices, not for the media.
You didn't come to the New Year's festival with us. Why not? You broke poor Hyder's heart. Now he's bedridden. What a sensitive soul. You should have been there too. We wanted you to enjoy it. You're wrong there. You would have loved it.
That's why you animals all are stupid! I will bring your flesh on your bones! Leave your movie reviews online out of my life! I'm gonna lose more than a little juice this time! Buckets! Buckets, I say! This precious moment totally looks like some kind of UFO summoning ritual!
Wiz, he's a funny, silly little guy. So he's a bug. He's supposed to be a bug. Obviously it says down here all the stuff, but imaginary friends are like their own species. Like, because in my world, you can imagine something so strongly that it just becomes a thing. Um, so, that's how a lot of things happen. So if you're like super sad about something, if you feel it so much to a point, you can quite literally create something from your sadness. That's kind of how imaginary friends work. You imagine it, and if you imagine it hard enough, it becomes true. Um, so I didn't explain like I did with the other imaginary friends in here, how Wisp came to be, but he was created from a small boy who suffered from allergies to bug related things.
You would have loved it.
That's why you animals all are stupid! Summoning ritual!
You can let me through peacefully, or I can kill every one of you. Your choice. You make me kill every last one of you. But then there's nothing fucking here. And what am I? Why are you here? Is that what you believe? Those things our society have forgotten 3 times over. Do you still not understand the enormity of what we're doing?
I love Seeker. A lot of people don't expect him to sound like that, because for when I'd ask people for uh voice examples for like voice acting and stuff, they always give him such like a they I don't know if I can replicate it. They speak like a pompous rich guy, where it's like, this fork doesn't go here, like something like that. I don't know why people, I don't know why that's the default voice for him that people think he has, but no. He's very quiet. Uh, a lot like Kit, in which he prefers solitude, doesn't really speak to people. He bleeds from his feet. And you're probably asking why. There is no reason. That's just a quirk that he lives with. He quite literally bleeds from his feet. He can't wear shoes or socks because it bleeds right through both of them. And it like, it's almost like acid where it melts the socks and shoes off. So he can't really wear shoes or socks. And he leaves a trail of footprints wherever he goes. And he can quite literally sense like the stress or tension in the air. And when he does, it makes his feet bleed more and faster. Like that like that's gotta be a pain to live with. Does he slip? No. He doesn't slip. Cause it's more like blood dries pretty quickly, so it's more crusty than slippery. Um, People are asking if he's an eye within an eye. Kind of. He, you see that little. No, I hate drawing feet. Feet are like the bane of my fucking existence. I don't like feet. Feet are gross. This little eye, this little eye here, this is his whole body. This right here is his whole actual like body, like just this eyeball. The rest of it was created by him to use. Because he was birthed from his father's eye, and he gifted him some of his nerves so that he could build himself a body. But yeah, it's wild that the eye right here is his whole body, and then the rest of this is just like a flesh suit, a flesh machine.
He's gone mad. And from that,
Be right
there's no
back.
recovering him.
It sounds like a good day to spend in bed. Oh, yes, I've forgotten. That is the difference between you and me, right, Marcus? You never forget anything. I just opened my eyes and I'm already gritting my teeth. What happened to your clothes? What a bunch of idiots. They think they can stop progress by roughing up a few androids?
He's hot. This man is hot as hell. So this, you know, Fairy, the child that we just saw earlier. This is her father. This is her father. Crown and Latak. They just call him Tack for short. Or Crown. Doesn't matter which one. Or, if you're like Kit, who likes to rage bait people and piss them off, she calls him Lala. Cause of his middle name. So this is Fairy's father. She gets her teeth from him. Uh, and like Andromeda, the woman that we just saw in the last voice claim video. That's the mother, and this is the father. Yes, he is 10 feet tall. He is a guy who turned zombie, who enhances himself with robotic attachments, so he's like super duper tall. This hood that he has, he can't actually ever take that off. Because they attach to like his scarf like hands, and there's wires in there that attach to his head into his brain to help him control his arms. So he can never actually take that off. That's why his body looks like that, because he's robotic. But yeah, it says you can't see it, but it says very faintly. It says children, Fairy Archley and Mother Andromeda Archley. It says right there.
What a bunch of idiots. They think they can stop progress by roughing up a few androids?
Well, what are you waiting for? Perform the ritual. What is it? I'm not always this tall. Sometimes I'm shorter, sometimes I'm taller. I have over 1,000 forms. Well, when it comes to the unknown, trying to explain something is a good way to ensure you'll never understand it. Is that what it felt like to date my nieces? To smooch them? Some mere chemicals in your skull?
Bitsy, my Shayla. So, Bitsy, she's not an imaginary friend. She's like, an actual person. She comes from the Fey Forest. Obviously, it says here. I'll do that after. So, Bitsy is like, and no, every time I say her name, I'm reminded of Bitsy from Legends of Evantris, and that's kind of funny. So sorry. Anyway, so Bitsy is a friend of Kit's, and she can turn into a giant firefly. Um, and she helps a lot with the children, who live, in this, um, dude, what are you doing? Please stop. Anyway. So she helps a lot with the children. She's Mr. Gear's assistant. And she's helping the newer assistant. She's basically just a chaperone for the most part. But anyway, I should probably explain. So, Fominescent Garden is where all the bug-like creatures live. Bug and plant-like creatures live. Inari Down is kind of like a city, kind of. Where all like the mind, the supernatural and the mind creatures live. And then this is where this is where all like the higher power people live. This is just a short summary, so I'm not gonna go deep into it. And then this is self-explanatory. She's from the forest. But this is where the higher power people live, but this is also where all the discarded people go. People who have been discarded and forgotten.
Ear chemicals in your skull?
The two were connected.
Damn, Clicky, calm down. So I've said a lot about Clicky. If you go to my video, where I draw other people's OCs, I actually info dump a lot about Clicky. So I'm just gonna summarize it quickly here. Clicky was an experiment made by the Tane sisters, Catherine, Kit, Carla, to try and find a loophole in their whole curse thing, but obviously that failed. Yep, that's a clicker. Those are the sounds that she makes when she's not talking. She doesn't hurt people. It seems that way, but she doesn't hurt people. Compared to the sisters who like have to hurt people, Clicky is more like she brings hurt with her. So if you're around her for too long, you start hurting yourself, and that makes Clicky very, very sad. But she literally can't do anything about it. She can't stop it. The only person, Random, I'm just gonna suggest that you watch my video where I draw everyone's OCs, because I explain practically everything there. But the only person who can really be around her, aside from the sisters, is Morgan. Because Morgan is also cursed like her, and he comes from the same family. But Clicky is actually really, really nice. The sisters weren't very nice to her, but Clicky isn't a harmful or dangerous person, necessarily.
Well, hello there. I thought I heard new voices. Welcome to Sunnyside, folks. I'm Lotso Huggin' Bear, but please call me Lotso. Well, you're safe now. We're all cast-offs here. We've been dumped, donated, yard sales, second-handed, and just plain thrown out. But just you wait. You'll find being donated was the best thing that ever happened to you.
Mr. Gear's voice was actually supposed to be a lot lower and more gruffy, but I couldn't find one that matched his vibe, because all of them were very serious men who were no nonsense, but Mr. Gear's not like that. Sorry, I'm eating some ice cream. So Mr. Gear, is exactly what he sounds like. He has a giant gear sticking out of his back. He's an old man. He's another imaginary friend. He was created right here, you know, an old woman suffering dementia. He is in charge of the regression playground. And he's basically in charge of looking after the children. He's a very nice dude. I love him a lot, and I also think I simp for him. But he's actually one of the main character's quote unquote grandfather. Like more like he took the person in. They're not actually related, but yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to go for. A very reassuring, fun guy. Someone who actually cares about the children. He's one of my favorites.
But just you wait. You'll find being donated was the best thing that ever happened to you.
So Lefty, some of you guys don't know this. Lefty is an actual clay sculpture that I made. That looks like this. It is a real sculpture. Um, so Kit made this when she was young. And it's pretty much brought to life. So she can't move, obviously, because she's glued to this little thing. But it's just another version of an imaginary friend. There's not much to Lefty other than being something that Kit created as a child.
I didn't learn it at all. It comes naturally to me, like other curious things. Are you hungry? What kind of fruit do you like the most? You may make some people. Now we'll give them life.
Who goes?
So what's funny is that Peepers is actually kind of like my second persona. I based them off of a highlighter. She used to look so different. But there's not much to them either. But they're kind of just another parasite that lives around the area. Acts as like a guider, a teacher to everyone else there because of how old they are. They're they're the oldest of the group.
Fruit do you like the most? You may make some people. Now we'll give them life.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody. Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blythe. I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowin. He fled somewhere nearby, or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward.
This is Cerasis. He's based off of a sundew plant. He was created by two kids. He has another imaginary friend. One of the kids liked plants, and the other liked TV. That's why he has such a staticky radio sounding voice. Which obviously comes from the inside of his head. So Cerasis really likes Seeker, but he thinks that Whis is annoying. And he's also Lefty's like adoptive father.
Strange. The name's Blythe. I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowin. He fled somewhere nearby, or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward.
1012's fine. And a man in a jetpack. He looked very suspicious. That's not true! I am a normal person, not genetic mutant freak product of some strange experiment by German Air Force. No, I'm not going to win it for you. I'm not going to win it for German Air Force. I'm going to win for me and my 100 busy to be doing chitting and chatting with you. Look, Johnny, I'm sorry I was so rude earlier.
Yeah. You know that that baby toy where you stack the rings on top of each other? That's what this is inspired by. The ringworm. Ringworm is kind of the friend that where it's like they weren't really invited, but they're here anyway, but nobody minds because they find the ringworm charming. So they weren't invited, but they're at the party anyway. That's the kind of vibes they bring. they they are 12, but they're 12 because that's how long they've been alive, like created. But mentally, they have the brain patterns of a very young toddler because of how they were created. So a lot of the characters are actually kind of um wary around Ringworm because they they understand that and they try to adapt accordingly. Although Ringworm can kind of be a lot sometimes. So sometimes it's overwhelming because Ringworm just does not shut up. Ringworm is also 10 feet. Another voice claim video, please.
What in the sweet hells were you thinking?
The sisters. The sisters themselves.
What in the sweet hells were you thinking? Activating that lot? I was right there! Well, apparently there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun!
No, my love. I'm not jealous of the drow. You have all the fun you want. If you survive the night.
She wants something to love, I think. Something that isn't her. I don't know. How do you taste?
By following the path and paying close attention to the magical symbols on the ground. Putting weights on these symbols will allow the gates to open. Good luck.
Here is the one that I draw all the time. She's kind of a favorite. It says that she's 23. All the sisters are 23 because they're a set of quadruplets, which is 4 kids at once. But they're actually a lot older than that. They're just in the bodies of their 23-year-old selves. Um, so um, Kit uh is uh, obviously Wiss and Seeker's wife. It's hard to make content about Kit voice acted like I do for others because Kit's voice is very lore heavy, like it's very important to the lore, at least her own lore. So getting someone to voice her is frustrating. I do have a casting call club account, but I haven't used it because I'm not sure how I'm going to do certain things yet. Um, Cause like I need to reach out to people and like need to figure out if I'm gonna make a server for that kind of thing for voice acting. But I do have people who voice act for me, which are mainly just in my own circle. And I want to open that up to other people, but I gotta make sure I plan that out first. That and also because I would like you to be an adult when you voice stuff like this for me because a lot of my content is not for children. Anyway. This is just a different outfit. This is what she can sometimes wear in the minuscule, which is basically earlier, is basically just the name of the realm that everyone else lives in. There's no significance there, really. It's just another outfit.
Good luck.
Don't worry, I don't have low self-esteem. It's a mistake. I have low esteem for everyone else. Gee, Brittany, I'm overcome with emotion. Their sunny 60s optimism tends to cancel out my bitter 90s cynicism. It just looks mature for its age. Only when I'm awake, sometimes I wonder if you're too cynical, even for me. No, I was being sarcastic.
Oh my god. Oh, Carla. Poor Carla. She deserves better. And I don't give her better. I just make her suffer a lot. So she has this thing where she randomly cries.
Cynical.
She cries uncontrollably at random times. That's what this is. Her pseudo bulbar effect. That's what that is. Also, she's confirmed to be dead because my main villain took over her body, and now the one that Carla has is just like a husk. Unfortunately, so her brain was kind of split in two. So the one part is this one, and the other part is in the villain.
Even for me. No, I was being sarcastic.
The entire bloodline of House Domitresk is done in by the likes of you? Those daughters, I swear. You disgusting outsider!
Zur Hölle mit der Zeremonie! Dieser Mann wird für seine Taten bezahlen.
Da bist du. All this for a child who isn't even here.
Du undankbare kleine Kröte!
You come into my house, you lay your filthy man hands on my daughters, and now you even try to steal my property!
Say, I would appreciate it if you guys would stop doing that kind of thing in my chat. Like, I get it's fun and funny-ish, but, like, I don't want my chat to be full of that. It is funny, but I would just rather not have my chat full of random stuff like that, so. But, yeah. This is Catherine, she's a chain-smoking baddie. If you guys notice, Catherine, Catherine, and then Catherine. They have the same name, but it's pronounced differently. Kit is pronounced Catherine, and then this is pronounced Catherine. You're gonna start to notice that this is a pattern with these four, that they are constantly mixed for each other. Cause what happened in like the cult that they were a part of when they were younger is that they would take their names and switch them around all the time. So nobody knew what name they were going to get that week. So they would switch it around to confuse them, so they don't even know what their actual names are. So when they escaped, they just told each other to stick with the name that most identifies with you. Catherine went with Catherine, and Catherine went with Kit, just to make it less confusing. But also because Kit is like a nickname that they would call her all the time. And even crazier, all of the sisters were named Catherine before they met each other. And then when they met each other, their names were changed. So it was very confusing for them. But that was one of the ways the cult would confuse and control them, was with names. So Also, Catherine is the tallest. She's 6 feet tall. She's also probably the second one I draw the most. She is very not necessarily she's very mean. She has misguided. She wants to help people, but she's not the most pleasant person in the world. She was not the best mother. Uh so
My daughters!
also
And
yeah,
now
she
you
speaks
even
German.
try to steal my property! How dare you!
I'm sorry, but there's an easy fix. You need to change your model. I bet your paintings would be even better then. Well, if you need a new model, why don't you just use me instead of her? Oh, that? I suppose you can call me Tomie. Possibly. But you will never meet another girl like me again, I can promise you that.
So Kitten is currently in the story. She is the quote unquote pretty one. She is a sex worker. But she doesn't experience any sort of sexual attraction. That's a big part. But also, the pink bow thing, she's wearing another bow, but it's like a darker pink. And the one that Kit wears, this one, that used to belong to Kitten. That used to belong to her. But then she gave it to Kit as they grew up.
Like me again, I can promise you that.
The lava was weak, and they were all, "Ah, no, why?" As for you, you disappointed me for the last time. You ruined everything. You piece of junk. Oh my, that is, you think that I'm with you? Oh my, that is too good.
Okay, this is where you're gonna notice that the Tane family has a family tree that is very fucking, uh, all over the fucking place. So, Kitty was raised by the sisters as their child, mainly Catherine, because they created Kitty to try and be like another loophole to the curse that they had, but that failed. So, she has all of their DNA, all the sisters' DNA in her. So she's kind of like their sister, but technically also their child. At the same time, while also at the same time having her own siblings that aren't related to the sisters. It's very all over the place. But this is the grandma of one of my main characters. She's very fun. I like her.
You think that I'm with you? Oh my, that is too good. I rule Wonderland alone.
This this isn't a Tane sister. This is my villain. This is it. Like it. That is their name. It. This is them. The one that I said took over one of their bodies.
Your interference will not be tolerated. This realm is for grown-ups.
Raw, well-ordered, ruthless, careening on the jagged edge of reality. Self-pitying dreamers are not wanted
Draw this.
here. They cannot survive here. You fear the truth. You live in shame. Your pathetic attempts to reclaim your sanity have failed. Retreat to the sterile savior to save you or risk inevitable annihilation. If you destroy me, you destroy yourself. Leave now, and some hollow part of you may survive. Stay, I will break you down. You will lose yourself forever!
Y'all can't see it very well, but there is text here. No. They are completely different people. This is the person who cursed them in the first place. This oh. This is it. They don't have an actual form, but they took one of the sisters' bodies, so that's why they look like them. And you guys can't really see it that well, but there is text appearing on here in another language. I'm not going to tell you what it says because I forgot. But this is basically the person who cursed them in the first place. They're the reason why the bloodline is cursed. It is basically the embodiment of evil. It is the villain of the story. And they have been alive for around 13 point something billion years, so they've been around. And there's a little Easter egg, I guess, at the end of the video. I used to have these little stick figure species named Teenies, and I drew Kit as a teeny once.
What's that? What's what? That thing. Yeah, that thing. That's a camera.
Her name is Kitty.
A camera? You could introduce me. Okay. I am not your supporting act. That's right. Is it a martini?
Just a cute little extra.
I like babies. I certainly have.
Whoopsie. Didn't mean to press on that.
Good luck.
Also, excuse me, I'm sorry, I just ate ice cream. And then there's one last voice claim video, which is the main characters. Well, actually, the sisters are main characters of their own story. That's why there's two. There's ABC and there's IFM. And then these are the protagonists of the IFM story.
Don't blame you. Well, what happened? Did you mess up your makeup? Hey, no touchy. The usual. Nothing.
Let him go!
Hey! Let me down! Could you turn it down a notch? My head is literally ringing over here. We kept it secret. This is the end. I don't blame you. Well, maybe I do.
So this is Raz. He is obviously a horse. The horn and the wings. I love him. He's very funky. His future ain't so bright, but for right now he's a very spunky child. Then again, basically almost all my characters in the future are fucked over in some way, so
And I don't blame you. Well, maybe I do.
You hired me 2 weeks ago. That makes you Plan B. What is this? Are you a pirate now? It's like a possum crawled on your face and died of shame. Nope, not even for 1 second. Oh, I was just remembering the last time I offered you my hand.
Raz has a crush on Mabel. Mabel is the only other human aside from my main character Funhouse, who's at the end, who doesn't really come into contact with a lot of things that they do because she's away from it so often. Like she's like kind of safe from all the threats that they have to face all the time. But she's still involved.
Only that time, I believe you had cold feet.
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe we should just, I don't know, stay inside and play Battle of the Ice Claws again. You know, we flew a great way out here and, you know, it was nothing like that. No, I nearly had my wings ripped off. You know, my head said to do one thing while my gizzard was saying to do another. So, you wrote the Chronicle of the Battle of the Ice Claws?
Mr. Gear once again. So, evolved as deity is so basically in my story there are these tiny like cat-like creatures with wings called hang on. Ah! What is happening? There we go. Sorry. My wire was stuck. Anyway. Anyway, evolved as deity, so basically he's just one of those creatures but evolved. Into a more human, powerful human form. He is another apprentice of Mr. Gear. And Moggy, his girlfriend, is also an apprentice of Mr. Gear.
The eyes closed.
What's your worst habit? I have a long list of really bad habits.
This
One
is
bad
Mr.
habit is I
Gear's
don't
quote
sleep a
unquote
lot.
granddaughter.
And sometimes I just want a beer in the middle of the night. When we went in, this one goes in like Cleopatra, like nothing. You know, she knows how to handle her mud.
Ah, feels warm. I think I'm good for tonight. This summer will be a good one. Hope nothing goes wrong. Fine, let's go. You want to listen to some music? This'll be nice. Let's rest around the fire.
I found it funny because stickmen are an actual like species in my world, and I did that because I thought it would be funny if like life and death kind of just got drunk while doing their jobs and created something, and we're like, you know what? We'll roll with it. Their blood is poisonous. Um, people are asking me what is miasma amputation. So basically, it's like kind of like phantom pain, where you think that there's pain there, but there isn't. Except, fierce can do it to the extent where you can think like your entire limb is actually missing. I give these teenagers such horrifying powers.
This'll be nice. Let's rest around the fire.
What's up? What's going on, dude? You need something? Uh-huh. So you're telling me it was a coincidence? No need to get heated, buddy. I'll try to pick out a song you would recognize then. How about that? What's up? Are you taking a nap? Grab a snack, any snack.
Morgan, there he is. Morgan is the boy I've been referencing this entire time. That is the son of one of the Tane sisters' children. Um, technically. Kitty is Morgan's grandma, which makes the Tane sisters his like great great grandmas. It's very weird. It's very weird. But he died as a child and he was resurrected, so he's like part robot to keep his body from falling apart.
From here, we'll make our way to Goron City. Then, we'll need some adjustments on that divine beast so Daru can manage it as easily as possible. He's figured out how to get it to move. However, it's apparent that we still have much more to learn.
So, I actually posted about this on my TikTok, but nerve whispering? So, Sprinklet basically has the ability to make people's nerves explode. When she uses this power, her whole body goes numb, like practically immovable, because you're pretty much entering someone else's body in exchange for yours, so all your nerves like temporarily shut off, and you're like left vegetative while you're in somebody else's body. But I really do be giving these teenagers the most horrific powers ever.
To move. However, it's apparent that we still have much more to learn.
Let me start by saying nobody takes notes on anything that's said in these meetings. That means when we leave headquarters, any information we need is committed to memory. Please make yourselves comfortable. Kira is childish and he hates losing. Well, I'm also childish and I hate to lose. That's how I know.
I told you guys, Foika, one of the daughters of Andromeda, the main antagonist, shares the same last name with Cameron. Because they are in fact related. They have the same father but different mothers. Cameron has no idea that Foika exists, though. Not until his mid-30s, where he finally finds out, which is insane. It's crazy.
I was comfortable. Kira. Well, I'm also childish and I hate to lose. That's how I know.
Lighting needs to be appropriate. Too bright will cause overexposure. And the films should be saved for sensational moments. The smoke of war has never fully cleared. It just occasionally gets thinner. I will follow it and keep photographing it until
Nothing
the
to
day
say
it
about
eventually
Blue.
dissipates. A knock on the door will be appreciated.
If I had a world of my own, everything would be nonsense.
So, heads up. The Funhouse is... Her stage name is Funhouse because she used to live near a circus, but her real name is Emmett. She has 5 different voice claims. And the reason why is because she has... It says right there, DID. And a lot of people... I'm not really a big fan of how DID is portrayed a lot. I used to be under evaluation for that, by the way. So I used to live like that. Until I found out, that's not what it was. But, I learned a lot. You can experience the symptoms of, uh, not feeling like one person without being a system. You can feel those things, but it's its own thing entirely. But Fun has DID, and her voice claims are all the same character being played by different people, which is Alice from Alice in Wonderland. So all of the voice claims are Alice, but played by different people. Because your voice doesn't just magically change. Obviously, there are people who have alters that do have accents and stuff like that. But Hollywood is Hollywood. So I'm just gonna say that right now to explain why she has 5 voice claims. I like to make Fun's DID kind of subtle. I don't really ever explicitly state who's like out. I will give like tiny signs because some alters, they all have specific things that they do that separates them, but it's not like a big out there thing. Like maybe one likes wearing pants and the other one doesn't, that kind of thing. So I'm very subtle about it, but it's there.
World of my own, everything would be nonsense. Nothing would be what it is, because everything would be what it isn't. And contrary-wise, what it is, it wouldn't be.
Also, yes, this is just her skin. Her skin is an unexplained condition. There is never an explanation for it. It just is. Stuff like that happens all the time.
And what it wouldn't be, it would. You see? Oh, but you would. You'd be just like people, Dinah.
I can't explain myself, sir, because I'm not myself, you see. Sometimes I start crying because I don't remember things like I used to.
Wish I were a raven. If you can't be strong, at least be smart. Purity of heart is to will one thing. Wish I didn't treat you too well last time. Lost your head, as I recall. Perhaps I'll just look around a bit. A familiar face wouldn't be unwelcome. Trembling signals timidity.
Yep,
I'd
5.
smell trouble if I weren't shaking so.
What? How rude. There's no marmalade left in this jar. I'll just put it back in this cabinet. I'd better consider my situation. I've jumped into a rather large hole that appears to be a bottomless pit. At this rate, I might come out on the other side of the earth.
Yeah. People are, that's why she has 5. I just want to explain why she had 5 for people who are gonna obviously be confused. But yeah, these are this is the main gang. See, like, let me... See, she has 5. They're all Alice, but they're voiced by different people. Oh my god, that's all the voice claim videos. There is one other video that I wanna... Because we're talking about Funhouse, my main character. Just gonna go down here. This video is basically a compilation of what happens over the story and where it is now in 40 seconds. So this is about Funhouse. So this is basically the entire story condensed. My story is basically like the same one being told but from different people's views. So this is Funhouse's because she's the main character. So I might as well just give a short summary of the events. So this is Fun's mom. Um, uh, that's her mom, and that's it coming out of her, obviously. So when Fun was young, you know, in Fun's bloodline, only the women have that skin condition. So this is her getting it right now. So she's about 7 years old here. Her mother brought her out with the intent to shoot her, not because she hated her, but because they lived in such a tiny and isolated like village that was very abusive, and her father was very abusive, and she saw this as like a mercy. Um, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Also, she's wearing the same tiny necklace that Morgan was. She couldn't bring herself to do it. So instead, she just let Fun wander off into the nearby forest and get lost. And shortly after that, she died. Yeah, the red parts of Fun's hair are dyed. Her entire hair is naturally white, but she dyed a lot of it red. But as she gets older, she goes back to her full white hair. Um, so she let her wander off to be found by Barbie, who basically acts as a mother figure. See right here, her hair is dyed. She dyed her hair. Um, this is her mother figure. And then this happens uh the first time they try to go against the antagonist Andromeda, and they lose because they were just surrounded by much more powerful people. How this works is that these chains they shoot through, and then the what is this called? The sharp ends like expand like an umbrella after they shoot through, and then they pull back so they can hold her in place. And then this is Funhouse at 19 a few years later when they regain themselves um and the gang, and they plan to infiltrate the Andromeda's domain because they're pretty much in another war right now. The story starts off the back of a war, the aftermath, and now during the story it's another war by the same person. So they do that. Then this is Funhouse years later in her 20s with Morgan. You can see the scars. You can see the scars that she got from this in her joints. This is her while she's pregnant. Fun has hair that's canonically 15 feet long, and it grows out super fast. So, because her mother was like that, her mother, see, long hair. Her mother was also known to have very large, long hair, basically like compared to Rapunzel, and that's why she grows her hair out all the time. But this is Fun while she's pregnant. You can see right here. I think they are pregnant. I think she's pregnant with the first child. Um, and this is just Morgan comforting her as she's by the toilet. Trigger warning, I guess, even though you guys already saw it. Yes, they die, unfortunately. Sprinklet is shot in the head during during this moment right here, where the first battle, Sprinklet is shot in the head because when she's using her ability, she can't move. Moggy died, also fighting years later. Well, when they're well into like their 20s. She died protecting people, and then Asta, who is Moggy's boyfriend, was very distraught. Actually, after the first battle, the same one that Sprinklet died in, and other people, he got one of his wings ripped off. And he was a guy who never really went through anything traumatic like that before. And this was his like first ever real traumatic experience. And he couldn't handle it. So after that, he isolated himself for years and years. And then he slowly started coming back out. But then Moggy died, and he couldn't really take it anymore. And Funhouse had to be the one to find out about it. Because they called her to tell her, and she came running. Because he sent them a letter with information against the antagonist shortly before he died. Because at the end of the letter, he said he basically said he was going to kill himself. And then this is Funhouse in her 30s, and It, the main villain, making a deal. And then it's gonna show like her throughout her life. Yep. And then there she is. You can see all the scars that she gained from everything, like the one in her stomach. This is her after being taken by It. She's not dead. Her consciousness is still alive, her soul is still alive, but her body is gone. And then this is her mother. Remember when I said that her mother shortly died after she let Funhouse roam away? So, and that her father was very abusive? Her father killed her mother. Cause he felt betrayed. So they marked her stomach, abdomen, womb area with an X, and then they slit her throat. It wasn't just her father, it was multiple men. But that's how she died. And then you can see all the other souls in the back that It has taken. And there they are. And then there's It with Fun's body. And then Fun is there, faceless. Her body is still there, but it's not inhabited by anything. And It doesn't normally leave their bodies, the bodies of their victims out. They usually consume them, but It did this specifically to torture Morgan, because Morgan is related to the Tanes and the whole cursed bloodline thing. So you can tell that It is just one petty motherfucker. So anyway, that's like the quick summary of everything. This is where the story is at right now, like in my head, like in terms of like the writing stuff. This is where the story is right now, with It stealing Fun's like soul and body. So this is a story where the villain never really loses, they just take small losses. I'm just here ranting about my lore to everybody. That's just all this stream has become. Speaking of Morgan,
Slaying demons with our song. Fix the world and make it right. When darkness finally meets the light.
So, this is what Morgan looks... Stop! This is what Morgan looks like right now. But this is what he used to look like. This is how he was originally born. And then it killed him. And then when he came back, that's what he looked like. This is his older brother, Anthony. And this has to do with another video of it and Morgan. If I can find it. I know it's here somewhere. Unless it's not. Is it not? I thought I uploaded it here. I guess I didn't. Oof. I was wrong. Oh, but anyway. Here's another Morgan one.
Why was that so easy? It wasn't supposed to be easy! It wasn't supposed to be like this!
This is Mom. That's it right there. Right there. And then this is Envy. You see the tiny circle necklace that Envy has on? Yeah, right there. That's the same one that Morgan wears, because it's basically a tracker. So, the curse, this is what they call, like, the moment of the curse where he starts to take over. Where, basically it's called the first kill. This is when the curse really starts to happen, and this is pretty much what happened. When Morgan's family kills someone, it is marked by a floral. They don't get to pick that. That just happens. So each family member has their own different kind of floral. Like Carla's is sleeping grass. And I forget what the other three are, but you know, if you so my video of me drawing people's OCs, this is where a bunch of the lore stuff is. That's where you'll find a lot of the lore dump stuff. I'm kind of just explaining all the other videos that came after that. This is the last video I'm gonna look at, and then I'm gonna go off. So, quick summary to this. This is older Funhouse. Obviously, because you can see that her hair is shorter. So this is Navilu. That's his name. He is a guardian angel. And basically he is obsessed with Funhouse. So it could basically be summed up by man with corruption kink starts tweaking out when girl is nice to him. No, but he's a pretty chill guy. He's never acted like this before. But he's obsessed with Fun because he perceives her to be innocent in a world of corruption, pretty much. Because she actually tries to do right in a realistic way, and he doesn't see that often. They meet when Navilu is about to die from a creature, so she pretty much saves his life. But he's so traumatized by almost dying that it kind of funks up his brain a bit, and he becomes obsessed with his with Funhouse because she saved him. So, and because of his job as a guardian angel, they don't get to go out of the world that often, if at all. They're in the walls of heaven 24/7 almost. And he doesn't know how to interact with people that much, but he's always been described as very quiet and gentlemanly. Like, it wasn't until this whole almost death experience where his brain started going haywire. And he started thinking all these things. So he dedicates himself to wanting to be saved kink? No, corruption kink. He doesn't want to be saved, he likes to corrupt people. But like, that kind of thing was saved in like a healthy kind of way. After all this, though, that's what made it bad, because he started doing stuff that he never did before. So he decided to protect her. And because Funhouse is undercover, he doesn't know that she's the one trying to overthrow the queen that he literally works for. So Funhouse has two husbands, they're in a polyamorous relationship. And Navilu doesn't like them very much, but he doesn't know that the trio are part of, the same thing. So, I actually have another animation for that. After, Funhouse actually... No, not Yandere. Absolutely not. No. I fucking hate that trope. I have a character who's like that, but I do not like the yandere trope. It disgusts and annoys me. This is not even close to that. Hardly. Sorry, I just don't like that trope whatsoever. Um, be- because in real life, this is more how people act. Yandere is also how people act, but it's very blown out. There are people who have killed for people they love, but this is not the case. This is not the case. He's a guardian angel. His whole job is to protect people, so he would never think about doing something like that. But he has crossed some lines. Like, he's not really a stalker. He doesn't really go out of his way to stalk Fun. But like every time he sees her, he keeps his eyes on her. But so he finds out that one of Funhouse's husbands, Morgan, is a spy. And obviously, as his job, he kidnaps Morgan, but he doesn't turn him over. He puts him in his own house in his closet. Because now his motivations are Funhouse and not his queen. But he doesn't know that Funhouse is also a spy working with Morgan. So he kidnaps Morgan under the assumption that Funhouse doesn't know and that Morgan is going to hurt Funhouse. So he has somewhat good intentions, but the way he does it is not the best. So after the whole thing happens and Funhouse ends up leaving, and she's revealed to be this, blah 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 blah. He actually becomes better when she leaves. Like, she rejects him outright, always. And she pretty much, because the thing is, Navilu is not the kind of person to act like that. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. The thoughts never crossed his mind before. So he's actually very much redeemable. Compared to a lot of other antagonists. Like, he's a very minor antagonist. And then when the whole thing's over, he goes back to being his normal self, and he's pretty chill, and he's pretty cool. Because I made a video of that exact interaction. Let me show.
I think we could have a real good time if you just take a break and breathe. So why don't you put your hands in mine and we'll cool you down as you see.
Do you smell something rotting?
There's nothing here, stop talking.
I swear there's something spotting.
I'm telling you it's nothing.
Are you afraid to discuss it?
You're talking crazy, is it me or are you an idiot?
Answer my question.
You don't have to
answer my question.
No Legend of Adventures.
Let's take a break and...
But yeah, this is the exact interaction I was just talking about. Where he kidnaps Morgan and puts him in his closet. And Funhouse is very suspicious. And Navilu is being the guy that he is. This is my favorite part right here, where she pulls away. Sorry. Sorry, that's just my favorite part. I like the way I drew it. I just really like the way I drew that part. If you're wondering what this thing is behind his back, it's just a crystal. It's a parasitic crystal. He wasn't gonna use it on her, but he was gonna suggest using it on Morgan. Actually, yeah, practically. He's pretty much just keeping him in place with the chains. This is kind of unrelated, but these little wings, I find them so funny because these are fake. Huh. Oh my god, Quinn! You are so late! Oh my god! I was gonna, like, end very soon after, like, this video or something. Bruh! You're so late! Bruh. Yeah. I put so much lore. I lore dumped so much. It is 4 in the morning for me. It's like 4:30 a.m. I started streaming like, I think 11 something. I was asleep the whole day.
Here's what I found.
Anyway, I think I'm good for today. I have lore explained a lot. I have lore explained a lot. I am very I think I've used up my time pretty well. Anyway, so today is the last day It's the 14th for fan art that I can put at the end of my birthday animation, as my birthday is tomorrow, on the 15th, not the 14th, the 15th. And I'll probably be streaming on there yesterday. Tomorrow. Probably gonna be streaming tomorrow for my birthday too. But I'm gonna get off. Thank you for staying around. I know it was boring as fuck sometimes because the first 30 minutes of the stream I was just trying to figure out how to get the chat to appear on my screen. But it was worth it. So, yep. I'm just going to exit in a bit. You guys can leave.